right, let's get started. Today we're painting St. Mary's Basilica in Krakow, Poland. At least that's what the internet says. It is a Father's Day gift. So we'll see how this goes. Hopefully not shit. But probably will be shit. So you can see this is on a canvas 20 by 16. I did a small grid to line up certain things. So this is not as loose of an approach as I've been doing. Partly because this is, for somebody else. So I took a little extra precautionary measures, but it's not a heavy grid. You can see, in total 5 horizontal lines, including the vertical lines, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 horizontal lines. So nothing crazy, but just give me some landmarks to make sure that I'm locating things well enough. So, yeah. So, same palette as usual. The titanium white, Williamsburg, bismuth vanadate yellow from Williamsburg, Pyro red from Williamsburg, ultramarine blue from Williamsburg, and burnt umber from Michael Harding. I realized I forgot to take out ivory black. And then we're going to mix a black and supplement it with ivory black. So we're mixing it with ultramarine blue French and burnt umber from Williamsburg. It's just not as dark as ivory black, but I need to use these up. So we're going to mix in a little bit of the normal ivory black to supplement in this and make it a touch darker and make the tone more neutral. So that's where we're at. I will not be taking questions. But if you have a question, feel free to ask. Oh, thanks for the follow, G Hikara. Sorry, it took me a minute to see that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Feel free to, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Thanks for stopping by. These are oil paints. And yeah. Love the emote. Do I need to? No, I don't. We're not going to do a sketch since I already did a pencil sketch in this guy. Normally, if I wasn't working with any of this, I would do a sketch with burnt umber. This canvas was stained with burnt umber as well, in case you're wondering where this color was coming from. It's gonna be too much black, but whatever. This is linseed oil. This is odorless mineral spirits. Those are the only mediums I'm using. All right. So I'm going to pull out a fairly large flat brush for this. I'm a big advocate of using larger brushes, or as large as you can tolerate. I think this is going to be... maybe that one. So we're gonna try and block in a lot of this. Since there's detail over it, we'd want it to like give it time to dry. So we're gonna lay down the first layers with our odorless mineral spirits, which is a solvent that dries fairly fast. So let's do that. So, like I said, we're gonna use some odorless mineral spirits for this. We're only gonna take linear brush strokes. We're not gonna blend. We're gonna try and do this with simple brush strokes with a flat brush. Then maybe a touch more red. Touch more yellow. right. I gotta go fix my light really quickly. Let's see. I feel like my lighting is not hitting my palette correctly. Let's see if that works. See better. All right, we'll roll with this. It's not bad. The values seem decent. This will be brightened up, but I gotta finish blocking and everything with their general colors and values first. So we're gonna finish this, move over here, and then we're gonna take down this whole thing. But I'm gonna take a break first. Sorry, I just taking off my gloves. All right, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. I'll be back soon. And I'm back. Sorry, I was putting something else on my headphones. All right. Mm. Let's clean this up a little bit. Alright. Yeah, I like mixing. I like color mixing quite a bit. It's what I like about painting the most is color mixing and matching. The technical side is pretty relaxing. Granted, I have a pretty simple way of mixing or going about mixing. As you can see, I have like the primary palette: white, yellow, red, blue. It's a brown, but that's orange essentially, and then a black. So yeah, I just mix. When I want to lighten something up, I'll either add yellow or white. If I want to darken something, I'll add my brown or my blue. Red is just for tinting, and black is kind of just like a neutral base that you can start with mixing a color and stuff, essentially. So. Yeah, it's a very simple way of doing things. Like it's called a primary palette, and well, thank you. I'm trying. This is gonna be my Father's Day gift. So we'll see how this turns out. But yeah, that's like it's why I only have the certain colors that I do. Is that I'm a big proponent of simplifying the process, so it's repeatable and thank you. Yeah, I think my dad will like it. My dad, well, I'm Polish. I'm half Polish, and my dad goes to Poland. We actually have relatives in Krakow, Poland, and this church is from Krakow. So I personally have never been, but I'd like to go someday. But well, actually, I am going. Going in about a year and a half for a wedding. But yeah, I think he'll like it. So I hope that he likes it. If not, there'll be hell to pay. Yeah, my cousin met somebody in Poland when he was visiting there, and they technically are legally married in America now, but we're doing in Poland. We're having a wedding ceremony in Poland with basically her relatives, and yeah, should be interesting. Yeah, I'm excited to go. The only places I've been, I'm from the Chicagoland area, so I've only been to Europe. I've been to the UK twice. I actually am planning on going to France in the fall, though, so that should be fun. I'm a big rugby fan. I played rugby, and I'm going for the Rugby World Cup. So that should be fun. Yeah, the Rugby World Cup is in France, starting in like late September. So I'm going to be staying in Lyon, France. I'm going to make a day trip to Paris to go to some museums. Yep, I believe it's what is it? The Louvre. We're gonna go to the Louvre. That's one of the you know big ones. So now there's no specific. My biggest interest in art is oil painting, but my favorite oil painters. I don't think they have big representation there. But obviously, I'd be happy to see anybody. But my favorite oil painters are John Singer Sargent. And I don't know how familiar you are, so but if you aren't aware of them, I would suggest checking them out. John Singer Sargent, Anders Zorn, and Ilya Repin. And I know John Singer Sargent has a lot of representation in the Boston Museum. I don't know the name of the museum, but apparently he did some work for them when he was alive. But hopefully they'll. I don't know if the Louvre has like Monet stuff. Monet stuff would be very interesting to see. Yeah, I would. They're all kind of like loose realism. That's what I'm trying to do. So it's essentially I'm not trying to be hyper realistic, but I am trying to be it be absolutely clear, what I'm making, and it's that concept. So it's like, how do you do this with fewer brushstrokes? I'm not trying to put it's more about kind of like tricking your eye more than anything. But they're my favorite painters, and they're not they're all well known, so you'll be able to find their stuff fairly easily just with a Google search. Yeah, right. I haven't gone into detail here, but you see the forms, right? I blocked in the forms with their general colors and values, right? And right, it kind of goes to that aspect of it, right? But I'm not going in there and I'm not going to paint every brick. This kind of works on that premise. Thank you. Yeah. It's yeah, I love that. John Singer Sargent is probably most well known for that style, but all three of those guys were alive at the same time, which is just amazing. Ilya Repin was born in what is now Ukraine, but at the time it was Russia. And Anders Zorn, I believe, was Dutch. And John Singer Sargent was born in the United States, but trained in Europe and spent a lot of his professional career in Europe. Anders Zorn, Anders, Zorn, Zorn. He's also very famous for he created something called the Zorn palette, like his last name, because he only used 4 colors on his palette, and so he was famous for like painting these really intricate, beautiful paintings with only 4 colors. So he used a color called yellow ochre, cadmium red light, a white, and a black, ivory black. And I didn't mention the white's name specifically because I'm not positive who was flake white or titanium white. It was one of those two, though. So he achieved these, like, vast ranges of colors and did these beautiful paintings. Now, it's not to say that he didn't use some other colors when he needed it, because there's some paintings with some greens and stuff like that that he, that he would pull out occasionally. But the primary amount of his work was done with, or not the primary, a majority of his work was done with just those 4 colors. Yeah, it's really cool. So a lot of people actually do that, and it's kind of like a learning thing, is painting with the Zorn palette. So if you were curious, you could check out you could check out those colors if you wanted to see what they look like. So yeah, yellow ochre, all these are common paints that people use to this day. And apparently they're like not apparently, they're a very good starting point, especially for portrait artists, because they're very good. I mean, they're very great. They're great colors for doing portraits. Like their natural mixes of them are very, very good for portraits. For skin tone, I shouldn't say portraits, for skin tones. Oh yeah, flesh tones, like like your face, painting a face and stuff like that. Yeah, it's I mean, it's just part of the history of it, right? So it's just like I'm not going to use the Zorn palette. I've done it before, but it's not like something that like appeals to me now. But it's just really fun to like learn about the history of it, right? Like, because why would he limit himself like that? But he also created some beautiful, brilliant stuff. With just 4 colors and no greens. His closest blue was was ivory black. And yeah, like lacking blue on the palette is a pretty big deal because it's a primary, Should bring this down more. Oh yeah, because technique, but it's also you're constraining yourself, right? Like, so if I was working with ivory black, how should I paint this sky, right? Right? I could just mix ivory black and white, right? But it's not going to be as blue as this. But there are ways to make it look more blue. So then maybe he would make this stuff more orange. So anything that kind of looks like blue looks more blue, right? So you have to make like technical choices if you wanted to achieve certain things, right? And it makes you have to think about the colors you're using in a much different, in a much different sense. Right? So it's like you can make concessions or you can make something else more vibrant because the illusion that you can create will make it, stand out a lot more. Because a lot of what you see is not what you think it is, Color is there's so much illusion when you're looking at color. Color and lights and darks and such. But that's the part I really like about painting, but it's also the most difficult part about painting. Yeah, no, it's so I'm self-taught. This has been a hobby for me. So I've been painting for I think 19 months, and and the craziest thing I've learned and encountered is how much color and values look different just by their surroundings. And it's like it's playing tricks on you. Thank you. I enjoy it quite a bit, so that helps. The key is to get people to pay me to paint. There we go. Yeah, I've only done a few commissions, but and those were a friend who commissioned them. So yeah, I mean, I happily do commission work, and I haven't really talked. I do them quick. I do my paintings in one sitting. So this painting will be done tonight. Like I started this today from a blank canvas, and it will be done tonight. So I do everything in one sitting. So if you actually take a look at my Instagram, you can see every single one of those paintings there were done in a single sitting. So yeah, if you're looking for yourself for paintings, no, it could be a very quick turnover. Yeah, those are. God, that was only like 2 weeks ago now. That's like another exercise when we talk about like painting loose, right? That you can do to help understand like what's like necessary when you're like what are the most important things to get across, right? What's most important when you're painting, right? And some things just aren't, just not as important, so like, for example, a good example I can give you is like when you're doing an eyebrow, not an eyebrow, when you're doing an eyebrow is a good example. Do you need to paint individual hairs, or is just doing the general form of it, enough to get the idea across, right? And so I'm of the type that most people are going to see your paintings from 5-10 feet away, and they're not going to see if you painted each individual strand of hair. So it's it kind of like just lends itself to the idea that if I hit the proper lights and darks and my color is close enough, people will know that I'm painting a building right now, right? And I think people would enjoy the building. Exactly. That's exact, you're hitting it right on the head. It's so like as you might be able to infer, that I am not a fan of like hyperrealism. Because it just feels like an exercise in tedium to a certain extent for me. And there's plenty of like hyperrealism that's wonderful and beautiful, but like I'm not sure, like I'm trying to show my skills as an artist, and I'm not trying to recreate a photograph exactly, right? And people like what they like, so I'm not saying to not like that or support it, but like, it's more about like, if you like it, I would suggest, getting into photography if you like hyperrealism. Like I heard about a funny story the other day about a guy who's a hyper-realist pencil, like charcoal or pencil painter. So he's painting in black and white, and he did a hyper-realistic, portrait of the main character, Walter White from Breaking Bad, and he then he basically matched a photograph exactly. It's cool. But then he made it into a print and started selling it, but it looks exactly like the photograph. I thought that was kind of odd. But people, if people like it, now I think that does kind of somewhat constitute as art theft, but that's a different discussion. So do you paint or do you draw or anything like that, Squabby? Oh, you like this one, Jake? Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. This is the Father's Day gift. So did you show Ben that thing I made? Yeah, this is St. Mary's Basilica, which is a famous church in Poland. And I'm doing this for Father's Day. Gotcha. Well, we'll just have to drug him and force him. That's reasonable, right? Fair enough. No, it was a few hours, but like now I'd be able to do it in 20 seconds for you because I just needed to learn some stuff. Because the problem I was having is I had no problem like splitting up the parts and measuring and all that stuff. It was getting the colors filtered because I had a problem with it where it's like if I applied a filter, it applied to all four of them. Oh, no worries, man. Oh, cool. You done acrylic? Technically, my start was doing acrylic on Warhammer. I did that as a kid. Yeah, no worries, Jake. Yeah, I completely agree, Squabby. Yeah, when I was a kid, I was into Warhammer, so like painted some with models or miniatures, but didn't want that. Fuck. Sounds good, Jake. Yeah, Squabby. So, like, how I got into oil painting is that I decided to paint some miniatures again, about 2 years ago, and I got into that, and some people made some videos online of painting miniatures with oil paints, and I saw it. I'm like, oh, that could be interesting. And my family had some oil paints at home lying around that, like, essentially as I had access to. So I decided to borrow them. And, I tried a couple miniatures with it, and they turned out, awful. But it's just, because, technique, I'm like, oh, I should just do a couple oil paintings to learn how all this stuff works. And so I just started doing oil paintings. And yeah, I just have been doing that since because I enjoyed it. So oil paints, are not thinner. They're it's a thicker medium because by nature it suspends the pigment differently. So what's a good way of explaining this? But it also varies from it varies from brand to brand, but also using mediums with oil paints becomes a lot more important. So medium being something, so when you're painting with acrylics, right, you'll mix in water, right, to make the paint more fluid. So in oil paint, you use stuff like solvents. So in this, see on my palette where my finger is, this is with an odorless, they call it odorless mineral spirits. So it's it's the same, like turpentine is like, it's like a turpentine that doesn't smell. And you mix that in with your paints to thin them out. So it's like the water. Now, some people don't use solvents, because I could also, in this one, I have oil. So this one is just linseed oil, which is the oil that these paints are made with. And I could use that to thin it down. And then some people just paint all this shit with just straight oil paint, which can be very, very tough. So go, like, that's why you have oil painters who paint in very different ways. It's a lot of it is personal preference. Some people try to like only use the materials that only like the old masters used, essentially. Right? There's like there's a contingent of people like that. It's just like acrylics, like, there's mediums for acrylics too, right? There's like slow drying mediums that you could use for acrylics. Yeah. Yeah, and like gels, like there's like gels that you can mix in to make it thicker, right, for the acrylics. There's a lot of stuff you can do to manipulate the paint. An old-timey thing that painters used was something called oleo gel, which I believe was just gels. I think it was called oleo gel. That was a big medium back in the day. For a lot of oil painters. So for me, on my initial, so like in this, where all the canvas is not filled in, I'm mixing it with solvents, my solvent, I should say. And then once I start putting paint on top of that, I'll start using oil or no medium to paint over that. And that's kind of like a technique called fat over lean. And basically it's important with oils because you don't want a solvent, like, let's say I just lay down flat paint and then I painted over it with the solvent. What will happen is it will weaken. It will weaken the paint film or the oil film that develops once the paint dries. So it basically is your first passes over the canvas should be with solvent, like paint that's thinned down with solvent. So that's like the lean, and then you put the fat, which is oil. So paint mixed with oil over that, and that will be, for like longevity or safety reasons, will be the most robust way to paint, or not way to paint, but like for archival reasons will be one of the strongest ways to paint. But in acrylic, it doesn't really matter because the paint film is completely different. Like I don't know if acrylics technically have a paint film. Yeah, no worries. But you know, you just put varnish on top of everything as well, so just keep that in mind. If like say keeping your artwork in good shape. Yeah. I do put varnishes on my stuff if it's going to other people, but the stuff that I just have like lying around here, I do not. I gotta desaturate this. That's blue. That was too much. Yeah, well, that's so one note, I guess, is I use very high quality paints. So usually you'll have problems with yellows being like, you know, strong or stronger. But I like this. This yellow was very expensive, straight up. And I've done a lot of research into my paints, and it's something I also enjoy learning about. Specifically, like pigment history. If you want a fun rabbit hole to go down, I would highly suggest looking up some stuff on pigment history. Like what they used to make pigments out of. But, sorry, getting back into the paints. My yellow... Yeah, like, yeah, I'm not saying to do it right now. And I can tell you some, but like, all right, so this yellow, 150 milliliters of this tube. This tube was $107. To give you perspective. This is a very high quality, pigment dense yellow. But if I were to buy a cheaper yellow, same amount, but it's just like, you know, basically they packed in a lot of pigment here. What you would have saw is I would have needed to mix in about 5 times the amount of yellow to do what you saw that yellow do. And I got so sick and tired of like crappy colors just not mixing, like where I just have to add so much. And it just became such a I'll say hindrance to painting. So it's like, now that is my most expensive color. The same tube of this white was $30. This red is $50 for the same amount. The blue is 30. The burnt umber is 30. The black is 30. But you know, there came a point where I was like, I'd have to mix in so much yellow from the previous yellow I was using to actually get the color I wanted. And it made me so angry one day. I gave away all my paints to my niece. And I researched like, you know, basically they call them professional grade artist oil paints. And I've been using them in the palette, this like simple palette ever since then. Yeah, it was yeah, paints make it I'll say, like, you can paint amazing stuff with terrible paints. Yeah, right, like in this context, like you can paint a masterpiece with low quality paints, right? And so it's not gonna magically make me a better painter, right? I still have to put in the work for that. However, it was a source of stress and a lot of annoyance, and I wanted to simplify my process, and that's what led me to, you know, do that. And I don't regret it whatsoever. These paints have been much better than what I was using. So with acrylics, mind you, you're not going to find acrylics with like the pigment density. So there's nicer acrylics, obviously, and I'm not saying that that's like that it's not worthwhile with acrylics. But with oils, it becomes a much bigger deal because of how much you mix oils relative to acrylics. And the amount that you kind of have to use with oils. So I'll say the pigment load and the quality of the paint becomes a kind of a bigger deal. And it's just partly because of the nature of oil painting. Not to say that you shouldn't do your due diligence when painting with acrylics. It's just it's just very different world. But also usually people who paint acrylics too are painting usually there's not a lot of realism painters with acrylics, acrylic painters. So also the subject work of people who generally paint acrylic is a lot different. Where they usually paint with more vibrant colors, and it's just a different game. I'm gonna need more white. Yeah. Not to say that there are plenty of people who paint with realism with acrylics, but it just doesn't seem to be as common as with oil painters. There you go. Now, the biggest annoying thing about oil painting is it's a mess. It is a mess. Yeah, it's just like, you know, so like to clean my brush with oil paint, from oil paints, I have to, you know, dip it into solvent. Like water won't take off oil paints, right? So like, so that's why part of the reason I have this, you know, tub of solvents by me. And, you know, it's just part of the process. So, like, it also just, like, it kind of gets everywhere. So, like, you know, it's easy to, you know, get on the carpet or get on your desk or, you know, get all over your hands. That's why I wear gloves, mind you. And there's some toxicity concerns with certain pigments. It's not just limited to oils because they make acrylic paints with some similar pigments as well. But you always got to be careful of that. Nope, it's the same solvents. So this tub. So a lot of people use Gamsol. So this is essentially like turpentine with a lot of the toxic fumes components removed. So it doesn't like smell in here. Because like, for example, turpentine over a period of time of inhaling it can lead to brain damage. And so they make products that help with it. Now there's certain paints that are pigments, I should say, that are linked to some like either toxicity or possible cancer. Yeah. So like cadmium colors, have you heard of I mentioned cadmium red light earlier? That there are some carcinogens in cadmiums, or, you know, yeah, cadmiums, the phthalo colors like PTHALO, like they call it phthalo blue, there's phthalo green, those are supposedly toxic. Cobalts are toxic. At least that's what's been told to me by somebody who I trust in said topic. So one benefit to the palette I use is that they're all non-toxic. Now you shouldn't consume them, but it's a big benefit to the palette I use. But I have to be that concerned about it. But I still wear gloves because, you know, I still use solvents and stuff like that. You don't want to ingest solvents. Yeah. I have windows open generally, so like if I get concerned about that, but I'm just painting in my basically my second room, my place. So it's just I generally like will have like a fan going to get airflow going into it and have windows open generally. Now, if I had a studio that I was working out of, I would definitely have a full ventilation system. And I also wash my hands like pretty religiously after. Yeah, there's like you almost like want to create like a clean room, like a medical clean room type. I would like have. You can create systems that like go in your house for that type of stuff. So yeah, if money wasn't an option or money wasn't a factor, I would have that whole thing. I'd have a whole system. Yeah, I would. The other thing I'd do is so lighting can be very important for like color accuracy. So right now I have a light stand that I turn on when I paint that that has neutral colored light. So the color doesn't affect how the color of the light that's around me does not affect the how I see colors. Yeah. So they like rate color in like something called they like make it a temperature. So it's rated in kelvins, which is a literal temperature rating. So neutral, what is it, 5,000 or 7,000? It's 5,000 or 7,000. Yeah. So what happens though is light can bounce off your walls onto your canvas and affect how you see the colors, right? So you'd want to put paint on your walls that reflects the least amount of light, and those would be black. And so I would paint my walls black. I would have the fixture coming from like straight up ahead with my neutral lights, and I'd be a maniac, goddamn maniac. Yeah. Just imagine just like somebody coming over to my place and just being like, why are all your walls painted black? I paint here. Yeah. Yeah. Everything must be black. But no, I'd have a room for it where I'd paint. I'd also set up something for still lifes, like they call it a shadow box. So I'd set up one of those, and it'd be good. Yeah, so like a shadow box it's like a black walled box with like the front open and the top open. So you can like hang a curtain in the back so you can control what light reflects off of inside of there. So you basically only have 2 areas that light can come in. And you set up like still lifes and stuff like that. So it's something that painters do to paint from life and stuff. And because one thing, I'd say a big weak spot in the journey of like my painting is that I've only painted from photo references, and I haven't painted anything from real life, and I would like to start doing that. I love how those like little highlights just add so much life to. I need more white in that. But remember that simplifying thing? You make a couple little brush strokes like this, and suddenly it adds a lot of realism to it. It's a very fun part about painting. But it's but you also have to like, the reason why it looks convincing is because of the colors and the difference of lights and darks. Because, right, like, this area looks more convincing because there's a dark in the center and the colors make sense, right? If I didn't have the proper, specifically lights and darks there, it would not look, as convincing. So the guy that I listened to quite a bit about painting advice says, his words, is that, and I believe them, that hitting your lights and darks is the single most important thing for realism. And personally, I think my paintings that are the worst are the ones that don't have proper lights and darks. And my best ones, are ones that do. Hopefully that'll be enough. But all right, I'm gonna take a quick break now that we're locked in. I need to stand up for a second, get my eyes off of this. So I haven't blocked in this, but I'll do this later. But I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Yeah. I need to stand up and get my eyes off of this. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we'll see you soon. All right, I'm back. So another thing that helps is looking at stuff from farther away to see things that stand out. One thing that I noticed when I was looking at it from about like 5 to 6 feet away, it's not a big deal, but this line needs to match up with this reflection. So I gotta touch that up. And I think this area might need to be a touch darker. I think, I'm not sure. I don't know if it's because I don't have this up here yet, that this looks lighter than it does, but I'm not convinced that this value is correct yet. But otherwise, frankly, if I just like did this and did a couple small details, this painting would kind of look fine as is. And that's just with like general blocking in. But we're gonna throw in some details. We're gonna try and clean up some of the colors and the forms and finish this up. Yeah, it's hard to say because the thing is with this area versus the reference is that they have black or like darker areas in the center. So I don't know if it's the illusion or if it's because just there's like, you know, like some of these areas are this color, but I need to, add those details, right? It's part of that illusion that we talked about with values. So it's like, sometimes just by the absence, since this is so much lighter, right? Now I'm comparing this light to this, right? On this side. And so there could be some things going on that, affect how I see those things. So we're going to, I should probably add that in, but I want to take care of my focal point value. So this center point right here should be the brightest spot on the painting. So I'm going to use pure white, which is the lightest I can go on that area. And then that will have it as our reference point to everything else, right? So that's the benefit of taking your eyes off of it, essentially. Also, in case, these are the two brushes I've used for the entirety of this. This is a size 12 flat, and this is a size 7 flat. And I don't know if I'll need anything different than these, but as of right now, that's all that I plan on using. Even for the details, I think I can do that. Okay. Oops. Up some of that. So it's kind of another thing to like my philosophy of painting is I always try to use a larger brush than necessary because of that loose realism that we discussed. It will benefit in that. Yeah, there's those. So like I could do a straight line, right? If I, here I'm gonna try to line up. If I just, if I align it, it like that. So yeah, exactly, right? It's, once again, it goes to that topic of simplification. What things are actually necessary to get across the point of what I'm trying to do. I wonder if I should just use a palette brush for this, or a palette knife. I've never done this, so it's probably beneficial here because it's clean. Is that too thick? The reason why I decided to try this is because my brushes are dirty. And I want that to be pure white. Mm-hmm. So now we're going to start switching to using oil as a medium to keep this paint a little bit thicker, but let's try. Is this getting the proper brightness? I think that's getting the effect, right? Maybe clean that up a smidge. Yeah, it's kind of tough to say at times, but I want to make sure that the things that I want to stand out, stand out. Right, so just like a little smudge of it right there. But this area is not as, it's not pure white right there. There it's pure white. Because one note on this illusion, right, is so I'm going to put a color that's like, not as bright, but it looks really bright when I put it next to something darker, right? And I'm probably gonna have to touch that up a little bit, but when you do that, right? Like, but I can go down here and I put it right next to there. It'll be super dark, right? So there's just like you have to play that game of well, not play the game. It's just the nature of values, right? Like it's right. So like right here in this area, it looks pretty bright, right? But this is very dark relative to what's down here. So even though that is, by all accounts, looking just as bright. It's just not. It's it's much darker than, not much darker, but it is significantly darker than the colors we've been working with. Now I gotta make sure it's not too strong with colors. So it's too orange, so I'm gonna add some blue. And the white desaturates orange as well. But if I bring this over here, no, that's still a little too dark, I think. Add a little white and a little bit more blue. So I actually don't mind that color. It's a little bit more yellow than what I've been working with. I'll add some interesting things to that side. Because then what I'll do is I'll come back and add a good amount of blue. We'll take some of this neutral pile that we've had. Add some more oil to that. So this is a gray, right, that I'm working with, but it will look, I'm gonna tint it a little bit more towards blue. But when it goes up against oranges in the sky, it's going to look a lot more blue than it does on my palette. And that's because it's around bright oranges, or in somewhat chromatic oranges, right? You see, like, it makes a pretty dramatic difference on how you see things. Is just the colors around it. So this is like a common, like, that I think needs to be brightened up a little bit. Specifically right there, yeah. I'll fix that in a second. The area that got a little messed up. This area is too dark, I think. I should be using the larger brush for this. So we're getting some nice, like, more yellowish orange tones there, but it seems to move towards, like, pink. So I should probably take that and add a touch of red. But I won't need a lot. So this is too dark. So what we should do is go back here. I'm kind of trying to like manually create this gradient that we're seeing. To have like a fairly interesting sky. So I'm going to make this a little bit more blue, I think. Maybe I need to brighten this up a little bit. Yeah, so solvent or all right, so getting into this topic, right? These are fairly soft brushes, like, I can move these fairly easily, right? And they have a lot of bend to them, and the spring back isn't like crazy, right? So to get paint on this brush and for this brush to come off, I need to put a solvent in them, because if I use straight paint, it would not really come off the brush well, right? The brush flow. But they make brushes that are made out of bristles as well. So these brushes are much stiffer, right? So if I wanted to use straight paint, I would use a bristle brush to do that, right? And so it's like, it depends on what. So if I wanted to just paint a painting with straight paint out of the tube, I would have to use a bristle brush, because it has the force and it has the strength to push the paint around. The brushes I'm using currently don't have that. So that's like part of the reason why people choose certain materials for their brushes. Yep. That was actually a topic I looked into recently, because I've gotten basically bristle brushes before, and I couldn't use them with how I painted. I wanted to figure out why that was the case. So for this area, instead of using the palette knife, I could have just used a bristle brush, really. This probably would have been a better... I wasn't even thinking about it at the time. But yeah, so it's yeah, it's basically the reason. So it's all about what people are comfortable with, and what you want to do, right? Right, because for example, Vincent Van Gogh, you're probably familiar with Van Gogh, right? He painted with really thick paint, and he or not. He didn't paint with. He painted his paints. Sorry, he painted his paintings very thickly, right? With he put a lot of paint on the canvas, right? So for him, he probably used a very stiff brush because that was his preference, right? But if you had somebody who was painting like a very smooth painting, they would use softer brushes, right? But I think back in the day, it correlated to, I think, rich people or people with money had the luxury of using softer brushes. So, like, they would use sable hair for their softer brushes. And people who were poorer probably were using brushes made from bristle, which is made from hogs. So the bristle is literally from pigs. So there's also a lesson for you, in case you wanted to know that. But I am not a big proponent of getting nice brushes. These brushes that I've been using are less than $1 a piece, to give you perspective. So I use quality paints. Yeah, like they do exactly what I want them to do, and I don't have to feel bad about mistreating them, frankly. And that edge needs to be straighter. So it's like you know, I'm not gonna go nuts with that detail. But yeah, it's I don't I am very much of the opinion that getting fancy brushes is not a worthwhile endeavor. Now I have some brushes that are like, for example, this is a $20 brush. It's very large. It's thick, but I don't know. It stresses me out more, like when I use them, because it's like if I see like a loose bristle on that, I'm like, ah, shit. You know, it's like puts me in like a negative headspace. And so yeah, I am like, well, I could buy. It's a package from Amazon that I got these brushes that I'm using on right now. It's like $9 for the package, and they're a shape I like. And they do exactly what I want. And sure, they might go bad quicker, but that doesn't necessarily bother me. No, I get people. I understand if people want to get nice brushes and nice things, so I'm not going to say don't do it. But just because you have good equipment doesn't mean you're gonna like. It could be a way to distract you from the things that like you need to focus on if you're trying to get better. But like I personally am trying to get as good as I can. I need to clean that up a little bit. All right, so hold on. Let's clean up this edge. It's a little brighter than I expected. It's very close. Mm. Yeah, it changes how you see everything, right? Like how the bricks look and stuff like that. It's interesting how that happens, though. I think I can split that one up. Yeah, it is interesting how many. I think that I don't want to play around with these things though that much. But yeah, it changes how you just how you see everything, and I think I need to reinforce this angle a little bit. But yeah, when it's around all this bright stuff, um, all right, we're gonna use a smaller brush for some of this, just because it's a little bit don't have that steady of a hand. And I want a more pointed. But yeah, it is interesting when something like that seems so little has that big of an effect. All right, I'm playing around with that too much. All right. Let's fix this line that we talked about. So let's clean up this line. That needs to be brighter and yellower. Fuck. Okay. I'm going to try and make very general strokes here to try and get the effect that I want. That might be a little too dark there. So. Yeah, it's kind of, it's a, sometimes it can be a give and a take, right? Because I want to try and I want to try and make it look like a gradient, but I'm not going to blend that stuff. So it's like, and like, what's like the proper colors to make it darker also, right? Because I can make it darker with my burn umber. And no, that needs to be a little bit more broad. So there's this like, it's the stuff that you got to be thinking about, right? Right. This is like the technical stuff of values and how they look next to each other, right? Because now this area does right underneath it does not look orange enough. So now I got to figure out how I want to do that. And now I'm also realizing I'm getting distracted from fixing that line because I'm just seeing stuff I want to fix. It's like It's all that boiled into, one thing, right? Not to mention you have to think about, like, yeah, stay sharp. Thank you. Yeah, it's like you just like see all this stuff you want to do to make it look better, and you don't want to miss anything. Okay, let's do a little bit more yellow still. Okay, let's see if this works like I want. Yeah, no, it's something that I know a lot of people fight with, right? Like, how do I actually end? But one note with how I paint, I told you I just do everything in one sitting. Well, that means I also never do touch ups. So when I'm done for the night, I'm done. I've never touched a painting on the second day. Yep. Now, if I was doing a commission, um, if I was doing a commission, I would, like, that's not like uncompromising, but it's just like for what I'm painting now. Um, I feel I'd rather like look at the stuff I painted and see the stuff that I struggled with, and go from there. Um, so like look at all my failures. Um, exactly, right. And it does come from a place like that because I try to separate my ego as much as possible from the results that I got, knowing that, like, the goal is to improve. I have to be aware of the things I'm improving or need to improve. And, we approach it like that. Yeah, I mean, I know that I'm not a master. I would like to be, but I'm not going to get there by not working on actively trying to work on things and control everything I can control, right? Um, and once I do that, I can get a lot. I mean, like, that's how I think you got to get better, essentially. God damn it, I got to fix it. All right, wait. We're fixing that line. We're going to fix this right now. And I don't know why I'm still using the small brush for now. Should be fine. So Does that still seem... Still think I need to move it. Okay. So just little highlights like this. Maybe it needs to be a little bit more severe. Now let's try something like this. Realize I should probably... Thanks, Jake. We're getting there. Hopefully, only a couple more hours. By the way, I'm probably going to do 2 more paintings before that jinx that we discussed. All right, I'm going to take a break. I need to stand up again. I'm sitting on a wooden chair, so my ass is hurting. Thank you. My computer chair that I used to sit on was really creaky, and I'd listen to my stream. It's like, oh, all I can hear is the chair creaking. So then I went to just a wooden chair. It does help with my posture though, but it's not the most comfortable thing to sit on over a period of time. But so when we come back, the plan is to move. We're gonna move down this. You're welcome. I'm gonna move from left to right, so I'm gonna hit some colors and highlights. As you're gonna notice, is I'm not gonna go crazy on details on these types of things because once again we're trying to keep loose realism. So I'm not gonna be like taking like a liner brush and like going over all these things. I'm gonna use the edge of a brush, make some general marks, so when you look at it from 6 to 10 feet away, you won't be able to tell the difference, right? Kind of just like the closest thing to being done is kind of this ground. I might put a couple more strokes on there, but you look at that from far away, it looks fairly convincing. You look it up close, and it just looks like splashes of paint. But it's what are we trying to achieve with what we're painting, right? And yeah. So anywho, yeah, right. Like just stand back, take a look at it from a few feet away, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You would see more detail than is actually there. That's what's really fun about this style of painting. So, anyways, yep, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Go grab a drink, and I realized that there's no music. Enjoy this Haunted House by Lo-Fi Geek. See you soon. All right, stop panicking. I'm back. Hello. Everyone's panicking like crazy. All right. All right. Let's get back at it. All right. Using a lot more white than I expected in this painting. Just for a lot of random mixing. I'm probably gonna have to use more white, get more white out of the tube. Alright, this is what I wanted to. This maybe too much? We'll see. Alright. Okay. Hmm. smooth that out. So I'm gonna use the brush on this. There we go. Said I was going to move from left to right. I don't know why I'm doing this now. So, as you can tell, I keep my my painting promises. But it's okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's something simple. You know, it's not like I'm not trying to put like a gradient on everything. I'm not going to try and blend it. And yeah, we're gonna make the assumption that that's enough, but we'll always like look at it and see if there's anything quick that we want to change to it. But now we're also, mind you, painting with very thick paint, so a lot of these strokes are gonna be closer to final. So we'll see. I mean, I might like that one on the rightmost one is a little too like severe for me, but I also want to get rid of some of these lines now. Just because the lines can sometimes block what I'm seeing. But I think the key to this painting is to make confident brush strokes with strong color and letting it play out like that. I think a lot of this painting will benefit from that. So we'll see. So that means not like... So one thing why I made that comment about using a lot of white is that generally like white can make things look chalky. And that's something I would like to avoid as much as possible, right? So why I bring that up is like stronger colors. So maybe, use more yellow to lighten stuff up. Yeah, and so, with that in mind, right, I think it will make things more interesting if I make sure I like focus on that. So it's like I'm just doing like quick lines, maybe in some areas. Now the key is though also is that these are all warm colors as well. So that might be too bright. So if I were to put in a cooler color here, it might throw off how a lot of my contrast looks. So that's that. But there's there's a lot to like maintain right now, right? There are I think they list 7 ways that you could achieve contrast. So there's color contrast, there's light and dark, there's temperature, there's shapes and forms, and I think they classify hue as one of them too. Right? So you don't like... There's ways that we can get contrast, but knowing that like we're avoiding some of those, we have to be more aware if we want this to be a very striking area, right? We have to keep track of what we're doing. So I know this is like I'm ranting a little bit here, but like, so in areas that I think that like need more going on, I gotta keep track of. So it's like I'm color checking some stuff, and this area seemed like it needs a little bit more to make that even stand out a little bit more. So then I'll pick out what's like the darkest color in the area, and we'll get that in there for the light dark contrast. That could benefit it, right? So just, I think adding that little bit of darker, but it's not that dark of an orange, but it looks dark because it's around white. Can really benefit this area. Right, because it's right next to the white. But I don't want to overdo it because it only takes a little bit. But this is like the power of values, right? Because if I make too big of a jump in some of these areas, it will stand out, right? So it'll take away some of the natural look. See, like that area might be a little too strong, right? So I'm gonna have to go back. See, the question is that still too dark? So what we can do is we could add some but this is like one of the tougher parts in my opinion about painting, is that you need to, like, you can't take a break from like considering the surroundings of your brushstrokes. You have to be constantly thinking about it, because the moment you don't, see, like that looks so dark. Wipe that off. Yep. Oh yeah. There's a lot going on this palette. That's why might have saw me clean it up a few times. gonna try something. All right. We're going to leave this alone for now. And we're going to move to the church. All right, let's try it. Let's try this. I think that brush is done. That brush is pretty frayed. Oh, can't really see it. It's all right. It's a cheap brush. We'll just... Yeah, time for the retirement. Thank you. It's almost there. It just takes a certain amount of small things to make it look convincing, right? But this is the tough thing about values, right? Mm. All right, I'm gonna take another break. Come back. We're gonna finish the churches. I want to come back and take my eyes off it and see if there's anything else I want to do with it. If I want to leave it that general, it could be fine, like leaving it like that, as long as like the forms are keen. Do you think this left side of the church is decent? And you can't offend me if you say it needs more. So like right here, or are we talking like right here? So yeah, like right there, darker there, or the other one. So okay, so over here. Yeah, I could probably make this whole area a little darker. Okay. Well, let's take 5 minutes, refresh the drinks, and then we'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back. Stop panicking. All right. See you in 5. I'm back. And Squabby, if you're still there, no worries, man. Thanks for hanging out as much as you have. It's been fun. Thank you. We're getting there. I had to fix like the face colors a bit. I just fixed that one, so but yeah, we are definitely getting there. So like if you zoom in there, you see how like kind of sloppy that looks, but from far away, I think it does the job. Kind of getting back to that like the talk of looseness. Thank you. And it's not like you also need to like use a small lining brush to do like certain details. There's a lot of things like if you also notice, I'm holding my brush from this far back when I'm doing this stuff. There's I don't know, it goes to like things that I'm trying to work on with regards to like the control that you want when you're painting. But like, do you need to hold a brush up here to like do this work? Because then your elbows bent and it's very uncomfortable in my opinion. I don't know. It just goes to like a philosophical viewpoint of like how one should paint. I'm not saying that I'm right though. It's just what I've grown to prefer. Yeah. I see a lot of people who hold the brush like this, and you know, it can give you more control for a very finite thing, but I also feel like it's detrimental to like your long term. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's a habit that should be broken early. Um, but that's just me though. I think I'm gonna leave that for a bit and then take another look at it once I, you know, advance a little bit farther on the shadow. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's a nice thing about painting like this is that you could actually do stuff in one day. Oh, fuck. Let's do this. I actually see something I want to try. There we go. Let's do light. Okay. All right. I know I just said I wasn't going, but there is now something quick. Promise. Okay, just that. It do be like that. It definitely does. Well, because it's like you can like do things that like, or think of things like, oh, you're seeing it while you're like moving past it, and then you have a fleeting thought, I need to fix that, but you're like already heading off to do something else. So it's like you know, sometimes you forget about it, but that was it. That was all I wanted to. All right. All right, so I think I need to focus on getting some of the reinforcing the darks. So let's do this. Let's see what we're left with. Getting some of that up. A little too much yellow. push it blue. I want to try and avoid adding more paint to the palette at this point, but we'll see. I'm running very low on yellow, but we'll see. Yeah, it's just like there's only like so little you could add, right? And I know I won't use it. Use it all. So it's like, let's avoid it if we can. Also, because I told you the cost that the cost of the paint that I use. Yeah, well, because the yellow is the one that is I'm basically out of. So. Like, if it was just white, but my most expensive color, it hits a little different when it's that. I just streamed just to pay for my yellow paint, not even the other paints, just the yellow. Not what I wanted. I gotta be careful about not overdoing this. So that was a stroke to remove some. Yeah, because it's easy to like, it's easy to put that, but you know you got to think about how much think about like watch what this little stroke like it changes a lot more, and it's truly, you know, it's similar to that less is more type, you know, axiom, where it's just like you have to be conscious of it. Yeah, you like it's definitely needed, but it's also, you know, the values are super important. Like that might be too bright. So we'll just remove that little bit. And we'll try that. And then we'll that might have been too much. The tough part is like it's like a cobblestone thing, so I'd like to get some elements of texture, but that's probably enough. And frankly, I want to remove some of this now. So maybe it just come back with some more dark. That's probably good as is. Let's stop let's stop messing around with it before I regret it. Yeah, it's very much like a scenario of like, let's not push our luck. And I could have probably, so this area is a little off, but it's not the worst thing ever. I think all I need to do though is just put some darks in there to like make this more convincing. But we're just gonna put some blotches there, essentially. That might be too dark. This is a good way to do this. Let's try this. Okay. And let's try something like this. All right, let's take care of that. Cool. I do like how that little addition of color changes that reflection so much. Yeah, that's always like a cool thing to see. When something simple just like changes the entire dynamic of of something. Oh, I want a little bit more yellow. Let's see. Let's just wait a little bit longer. Let's see if I still feel like that. I could probably get a little bit out of it. Is this too bright? Looks like it's too bright. All right, I'm gonna put a little bit more yellow. I broke down, but we can't compromise. I will just try and put a little. That should do. All right. I feel like this needs to be darker. Is that just two? man. So that needs to be lower. Hmm. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, it's you know, painting could be interesting because like I'm doing a lot of stuff and I'm seeing it up close, and a lot of the stuff looks bad up close. But but you take a step back and you're like, oh, it does look like a church. The humbling nature of painting. You see something up there that I think I want to address. Don't be too dark. It's a little too dark. I haven't done a painting this for this long in a month or so, I think. It's been a bit. You want to know what my record is for one of my paintings? Is 13 hours. A commission I did for my buddy. I spent 13 hours on. Yeah, that one was a grind. I didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. And I started earlier than I, started today. Well, it was also 36 by 24 inches, so it was like a big painting as well. So there was like there was just a lot more. Yeah, it was there was a lot of coverage to go around on that thing. We're almost done. Yeah, I normally don't, like, that's the only time I've painted something that large. I usually, this is like the largest of what I generally do. Because this is 20 by 16 inches. So these are like the largest standard canvases I keep. But I generally paint on 12 by 16 or 14 by 18 is the range I generally stick to. But usually when I go long, sometimes I do like, I like last week I did 3 days in a row, but those were like 3 to 4 hour sessions. So I could do like those are pretty manageable, but I'm gonna have to take a break tomorrow after this one. I kind of figured that would be the case, I should say. Yeah, that one I was strongly considering like, stopping at, it was like the 9 hour mark. And then I was just like, well, I know what's going on, everything's fresh in my head, I don't want to miss anything. Yeah, it's been 7 hours and 12 minutes on this one. I thought going into this that this would be 5 hours. Yeah, exactly. It was kind of like that because I'd just rather be done with it and not have to stress out about it the next day. All right, is this where we want to leave it? I know this looks messy down here, but I'm not necessarily like that opposed to it. Maybe black and white. Just need a bright orange. I think, yeah, that. I know I like told myself to be careful about this, but what if I were to do super bright yellow? Kind of break up that white. Usually, like the biggest impact things you could do to like a painting is put in like an extreme highlight. I don't know if that really did much on those. But that's like you gotta be, I shouldn't say that flippantly. Like that's not something you like, you know, want to like go in there do, but like to like actively look for. But it's like there are times where it makes a lot of sense to do. So like if I haven't hit some areas enough, now would be a good time to hit them. But I don't want to overdo this once again. Okay, maybe let's do one. Kind of wanted to get some yellow in there. That one might be a good one. The only thing that's like, I was talking about the usage of white. So like, I'm a little concerned that like when I look at this later, it will seem chalky. So I got a little bit of concern about that. And usually that's because of a temperature issue. Right, temperature being that like the color that you mix, the white makes it look chalky because it's too cool relative to what you're seeing. Because titanium white is a cool white; it's not a warm white. So when you mix white in there, you change the temperature of your color in like defense of like warming it up, and it can be a temperature issue. So it's something you got to be very careful with. Have some self-control. I think it needs to be red. That might be too much. So I'll wipe a little bit of away with the hand. See, right now I'm like kind of adding like super saturated, like yellow and red. Yeah, that's more like what I wanted. Two areas to really get that across. Because the problem is, if I interject burnt umber into this, which is another color on my palette, it will desaturate the orange quite a bit. Even though burnt umber is orange, it's a desaturated orange, slightly desaturated, not completely desaturated. That was too dark. And it takes away from like the purity or the strength, I should say. So the saturation, right, is like what I'm referring to here. When you can never get right, the strongest orange I can make is just pure red and yellow. And for realism, that could that lets me hit a lot of stuff. But the moment I put anything else in there, it right? I can never, I can, you know, the strength of my color will come into question if it's a strong orange I'm looking for. I think I strengthened up though the red. I think like this area got better with those changes though. Thank you. Cool. Yes, and also I got to be careful about not blatantly trusting my eyes on that topic. It's been a little bit since my last break, but I want to finish this. One suspicious. I think getting some more red in there is beneficial. But I need to get that slightly darker. Whatever I just mixed. Let's try that. All right, so now remember we talked about this. I think I'm playing around with it a little too much now at this point. And as I say that, I'm going to make one more brush stroke because I lie like this. Just lie and lie. That was what I wanted to add. All right, 7 hours and 24 minutes of work. Now, if I had if I spent another day on this, let's say, all I'd really be doing is really hammering these details. But really, who the fuck cares about these details? Like the person who looks at this, right? And I'm not going to bother with the birds in there either. I don't think the birds are really needed for what this is. The eye is drawn right here, right? Because that's going to be the brightest spot. So they're instantly going to move from here to here, and then it's probably going to be drawn to the reflection. Now the reflection is not like great, but it does the job when you're looking at it from the back. So like this painting is much better from like 6 to 10 feet away because there's a lot of detail on it. But just because I'm not hammering on details and going crazy, the birds. I just don't think it needs to be something I concern myself with. But I think it looks pretty good. I think he'll like it. We'll see. If he doesn't, we'll just destroy it. Thank you. We'll have a bonfire if he doesn't like the painting. I always, my mom's funny. She yeah, she's particular about my paintings. So she'll tell me if she just doesn't like them or they're not for her. She'll still say they're good and stuff, but I always find it funny. Yeah, right. Don't worry. I think I'll be happy with it. But yeah, my mom is a character with this type of stuff. She'll just I don't like this one too. She'll just straight up say it. I love it. So funny. Yeah. But you know what? But what helps though is I know if she likes it, I can give her shit for it. Like if she tells me she likes it, now this is a painting you like. And then what's it? Yeah, they really are. But I know she actually likes the painting when she says it. Yeah, it really is. But I've given her plenty of paintings. I tell her I'm going to charge her one of these days, or she could have it for a low, low price of some absurd amount of money. But yeah, exactly. Thanks, man. Thanks for hanging out. Streams go a lot. It's a lot easier mentally when I can like talk about things. Because otherwise, like I've had some streams where nobody sends any messages, and then it's just like I'm just sitting here in silence with myself and whatever I'm listening to, and then it's just that could be a grind at times. Hey man, I stream generally about 3 times a week. Yeah. So like yeah, just drop in whenever you want if you want to watch it. Because yeah, I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I'll be streaming. I can almost guarantee I'm going to stream on Tuesday because there's some paintings I want to get to, and almost I would say 90% chance I'm going to do a portrait of David Bowie for my next painting. So if you saw my like in my Instagram, there's yeah, I'm a big David Bowie fan, and I got several. You know what? You want to see something funny? You want to see my first portrait I've ever done? I think you'll be able to see it on my phone. So I did this portrait. I did this portrait on October 22nd, according to my phone, 2021. That was my first portrait. It's creepy. The eyes are creepy. Yes, we definitely have. I don't like showing that one around, but he was my first portrait. But I really enjoy portraits, and what I've done four more portraits of him, but I haven't done a portrait of him in a while, have I? When was my last one? Yeah, thank you. So the last portrait I did of Bowie was on January 26th. This one's on my Instagram. But this one turned out a lot better. There's one thing I messed up on this one, but I didn't go bright enough on a hair highlight that I regret now. And I saw it like days after. I realized I could just like if I just would have done that, I would have looked some better. But I just live with it, and like it reinforces that no, it's better to be too aggressive, you know, with certain things like that than to not be. But, so yeah. Anyways, that's my progression. 19 months. 19 months of being obsessed with painting. That's where you can be. If you just take my course, it's only $2 million. For a low, low price of $2 million, you could be a decent amateur painter like me. Okay, deal. You agreed. Oh, even better. You know, I could teach painting if you are like committed to some level of tedium. Because I approach painting as a very non-philosophical. I approach painting very technically, as you might have noticed by how I talk about things and analytically. And if someone agreed from scratch to like just do exactly as I say, I can get you to a decent spot fairly quickly. But I it's just because I enjoy it. doesn't mean other people will enjoy it, right? Like the way how I learned and taught myself. And, I've, like in this 19 months, I've done what, over 120 paintings? I think it's around 120 paintings. And I took a 3.5 month break in that time period. Yeah. So there's just like I took a break from paint. Like I was still like learning about painting, but I wasn't like I didn't do any painting. There was about a 3.5 month stretch in that I didn't do any physical painting. So, but there's just painting. Painting's not for everybody, but if you, it depends on how you want to improve to. But I don't like a philosophical like like if you like on social media where like a lot of painting is like whimsical and like they talk about how they feel on like a rainy morning and they want to like do a painting and that's just like to me it's just like I want to yeah I that part of it is not for me because I'm just like no man I want to paint and I just want to hit my lights and my darks well. I want to hit my colors well and just be happy with like my progress and then so not even being happy with the results. Like I said, I'm not trying to make a masterpiece. Like I would love for them just to be masterpiece every time, but I'm like steeled to know that they're not going to be. Yeah. So I just rather up my like. So I'm frankly I'm not overly concerned. I mean I'm streaming it right. I'm streaming paintings from start to finish, and if they're bad, like I've had bad paintings on stream, but it's just it is what it is. So it's just I can get past that. Hell, I just showed you a terrible portrait. But yeah, but painting's fun. Yeah, that's the goal, right? Is I just want to I want to get to the point where it's like when you watch somebody who's really good at somebody. Thanks, man. When you get to a point where it's just like you can count on that. Basically, my main goal, my immediate goal right now, is to be able to look at a color from something and be able to hit the proper value first and then mix the accurate color. I don't care about anything else. I don't care if I'm a terrible drawer, frankly, because if I hit proper lights and darks and colors, it will look good regardless. Even if it, because like my lines aren't perfectly straight here. There's like plenty of things that are like fairly sloppy, but it's just like the composition is interesting, but if the lights and darks are good, you're still seeing a church, and you know it's a church. But I'm rambling. Yeah, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it. So yeah, not tomorrow for sure. Wednesday, same time. I'm not Wednesday. Tuesday. Tuesday, same time. Tuesday. I'm in Central Time. Yep, could be it. That's exactly it. So, anywho, time for me to get some sleep. So, thanks. Like I said, thanks for hanging out again. Yeah, definitely need to stand up. So, thanks for hanging out, and yeah. If you're around on Tuesday, feel free to join me. I'd be happy to talk some more. And you get to see a cool Bowie. I still got to pick out the Bowie reference, so I have an idea of which one I want. Sure, I haven't picked for. So, yep. See you next time. Anybody else is there? Thanks for being here. Yeah, I'll be good. I'm excited for it. So, and it should be a bit quicker. It'll probably be about a 4 hour, maybe 5 hour. Portraits I find kind of easy, or much easier in general. Anywho, yeah, we'll see everybody soon. Thanks.